Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be a Genshin stream. Get my daily quest done, and then I'll continue the Fontaine story and see what's going on with the Furina. But just give me a second. Hmm. Okay. Now then, go do my commissions. Yeah, this is like a super early stream, like 3 in the morning right now. I usually end my stream like an hour ago, but I'm just starting this one. And yeah, no real reason. I mean, I was gonna play Genshin, so I figured might as well stream. Don't know how long I'll stream for, but I am curious about this story, so figured might as well stream it. Actually, you know what? Before I show myself, let me take this hoodie off because it's kind of getting warm in my room. Happy New Year! Indeed, indeed, Happy New Year. Hopefully yours is off to a great start.
Neither do I. I.
So let me see, what am I up to? Do I have resin? I am capped out on resin. Let's see, those already? Didn't realize I was streaming. I mean, I started 2 minutes ago. So, yeah. Happy New Year. Wait, what was this? Help with the weekly boss. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're on my stream, but figured I'd answer anyway. Just make one of these so I can make sure I have some resin. Today, yeah, it's Sunday, so I should do some bounties too. Eh, it's fine. Alright, cool. So let's head over to you. Alright, and the ad break is over. Yeah. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope it's a wonderful start of the year. Boo. We're almost beginning. Oh wait, I can't even check because maybe. Sure. Goodness, Genshin has such good music. Let's go with this. Oh, this area. Very nice. Let's see. Hmm. Actually, I wonder if you've gotten this already. Over here, no. Hmm. I don't remember where the Heart Island is. Maybe it was in here? Yeah, it might be this. Maybe.
The weather is lovely and warm.
Oh, I forgot
Things
to,
are about to start getting lively again.
there we go. Don't do it. You'll die. Tried. Wanderer fight? Yeah, yeah. Oh, you got it already? Oh, okay. I was like, what other things have you not, gotten primos for? Or achievements? So I assume this is the Wanderer fight, so... I'm gonna bring a healer. Even though I guess we don't really need one, because he doesn't really hit you that much. Oh, wait, since I'm... No, we're good, we're good. Although...
Bow before me, worm.
Okay, I think it's once you bring Raiden it happens. Let's do this, and that, and this. This. I need one more. Am I gonna make it? Yes.
Power.
How dare you not ping? I didn't want to bother anybody. Especially because the stream might not be that long.
1,000 eons, mine to dominate.
God, I love this music. Aww. Oh, you got it.
Burn to oblivion.
Burn to oblivion. Yeah, burn this. Uh-oh. Woo! Woo!
Pace yourself before you erase yourself.
I'm sorry, is that what he said? Is that what Ayato says? Ace yourself before you erase yourself? What? I've never heard that line before. Oh, believe me, I noticed. Alright, let me go ahead and heal you up. Come here, let me heal you.
Reality is pain.
Luckily we can just walk away from this attack. It looks more threatening than it actually is.
Good riddance.
I need stamina. There we go.
Possible.
Let me do this, that.
Pace yourself before you erase yourself.
Yeah, that is definitely him saying that.
I can't lose it again.
Pace yourself before you erase yourself. Wise words from Ayato. I mean, I have the game in English, so I've never heard that voice line.
Ah.
Nice. No problem.
I'm
Oh.
sure I've forgotten something. Not to worry, I'll
let's go with
simply
that one.
send someone to fetch it. As soon as I remember what it was.
Ooh, true.
Ah.
I mean, I could still ping it right now, but one, it's a Genshin stream, so nothing too crazy is going to be happening. Like, I know I don't talk too much. I'm usually doing story content or commissions. And two, it's like really late. I'm sure some people don't have the game, or the game. My ping's muted. I guess I'll do this first. Maybe next time I'll ping. Maybe next time. Oh, this is the wrong team. I need my mission team so I can raise their friendship. I'm Paulax. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Pichu party. Just followed you on Twitter if you follow. Oh, why? Thank you. Normally I don't follow someone unless I, you know, like the stuff that they repost or whatever it's called nowadays. But yeah, maybe I'll check you out. I'm not really a follow for follow kind of guy, or, you know, that kind of stuff. Nice, nice, nice. Yes. So if your goal was to get a follow out of me, I would suggest unfollowing me. Unless, of course, you think I'll like what you know, you think I'll actually, like what you post, in which case, yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Oh, geez, you're not... What? There we go. If you want... something... Oh, sure. Wait, today's Sunday, right? What should I be doing on Sunday? I don't think I need anything else for Furina. So I was gonna say I could get, like, talent materials, but I think I'm already maxed out. I think.
My will embody over here.
Away now. Stay cool and face your guilt.
Wrong direction, but, you know, it's fine. Oop. I definitely want that. Wait, where'd that other one die? Oh. Alright. There's another commission. That's where I think it is. It is not. Oh, it's this one. Alright, who's doing it? Where's the last one? Oh. Noosh noosh. That's all the commissions done. Now let's get my bounties done and then we'll continue the story.
Add astro. Thank you for. Add astro.
Nice, nice, nice. Right, bounties. Wish we got friendship for doing bounties. Hydro damage, you say? I'm not gonna use any hydro damage, thank you very much. Butter, sure, what do you want? Chunks, I have plenty. And fruit, yeah, I can do all those. I don't know why I didn't just go to the menu and do it that way. It's okay. Also, why am I still using this team if I'm not getting friendship? Don't step in the water, you're gonna get frozen. Alright, good.
Transfiguration. Do your master's bidding. Surprise! Be a me.
Let's begin.
He's so strong. Right, you don't actually get anything. Reward. Indeed. Thank you, thank you. Dendro, really? You don't take any damage from Dendro. Too bad physical's also bad on it. Fontaine is all about just nerfing physical. I was like, oh, cool, I can use Qiqi. And then, yeah. It's a robotic enemy, so no physical there. What am I fighting again? I already... Oh, that. Okay. I knew it was a robot, I just didn't remember what it was. And both of these characters are Numa, I think. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Oh my... Okay, you know what? Fine. He just keeps aiming for that one. What do we got? Another one. Hydro... Oh, perfect. I'm using a catalyst user. You know, maybe I'll just bring out his actual team since I'm not getting any friendship for this. Yeah, I'll just bring out the team that I have for him. Forgot why I have Layla. I certainly don't need a shield. Hold on, does she do anything aside from shielding? Okay. Mhm. What about your talents? Uh-huh. Hmm. You have every single 4-star C6. No. I do not have, the free ones. Like the, starter characters. There has to be a reason I put you on this team. Let me look at these again. Okay. This is more energy. Normal charge. Oh! Oh! Grants all nearby party members making their normal and charge attack damage go up based on their HP. That's probably why. So the characters are like Amber. Oh, I do have Barbara actually. Lisa. I definitely don't have. Yeah, I barely got her. Butters let's see. Kaya. He's close, but he's not quite there. Is that all the starter characters? No, there's another one. Ah, I can't remember. But anywho, yeah, I'll just do this. So 4-star, 4-star. Oh, sorry, 5-star, 4-star, 4-star. 4-star, 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 another 4-star. Okay, so Goro as well. I don't think you can get Constellation on what's her name? Alloy. Like, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, it just says various means. I don't think there's a way to get it. Oh, it actually doesn't even do anything. Oh. I never noticed that. Right, yeah. So yeah, Faruzan I think is my lowest constellation 4-star. Yeah, because I was gonna say Amber, but yeah, Amber I think I have 2 or 3. Really, I don't have a lot of Yao Yao. That's actually surprising. I would have thought that I would have C6'd her. Based on her HP. Wow, that's not bad. Every 2 throws. Larger. Oh my goodness. Oh! Based on her attack? Oh my god, you can build like a attack-focused Yao Yao. I might just do that. I mean, I probably already did that. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, I already did that, so I was prepared for C6. Definitely gonna have to do that. Oh, and Lynette is also only 2. And I think that's all the 4-stars. Wait, is she a 5-star? I don't remember if she is, right? I think she is. Yeah. My lowest is oh god, who was it again? Was it Candace? No. Who was it? It wasn't Amber. Someone was at 1. Oh, Faruzan, right. Yeah, I barely pulled on whatever banner she was on. Or any banners that she was on. Probably because I was saving up for someone. Pocky, you are first. Congratulations. Ooh, perfect. So yeah, because I have a purple alignment, if I hit this enemy, it'll be stunned. Like if I do this... Oh, that is the wrong character. So my alignment is linked with my burst. so yeah, I wasn't able to stun it. But some characters like what's her name? Navia, their alignment skill is like the sword comes with their E. But Risley's comes with his Q. I think Lynette's comes with her E.
Let's begin.
And it's just good for dealing with enemies that are like opposite aligned, because you can stun them for a bit. Ooh. Wait, who wanted to fight me? Yeah, let me stand back over here again. Who was it? Hello? Wait, who wanted to fight me? I have to beat up the tree again. Okay. Maybe it's just a delayed enemy. Nice. Excuse me. Oh. What do we get this time? What is this? Resonance. Nice. When do I get the... Oh, at level 10. Or max. Okay, what's this? Treasure compass. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't really like those wings, but I don't know, maybe once I wear them I'll find that I actually do like them. Where is it? Is that... Who booted? I do have a lot of these. I should probably go spend those. First boot of the new year, true. And it'll also be the last. Oh my god. Jeez. Okay, never mind then. My goodness. Alright, bring out the friendship team. These are the last two characters I need to gain max friendship on. Lynette, she's getting up there. And Aloy is like pretty close as well. But everyone else already has maxed out friendship.
My will
Boom, boom.
A moment, please.
Oh my goodness, you know what? Just take this.
Face your guilt.
Transfiguration. Surprise! Be amazed! Do your master's bidding.
Actually.
Ship on up.
Let's begin.
Give me something good. I mean, it has promise, but it's not that great. And nothing.
My will invoke over here. Cue the flow. Let the magic begin. Cryo incarnate.
Hold on, stay close. Oh my goodness. What? Oh, that is a very promising sense. Wait, elemental mastery with percent attack. Who could use that? Anywho, that was a very good thing.
Take your truth.
Sense.
Over here.
Happy New Year, same to you.
Get a little chilly. A moment, please.
True. Is the rarest stat to get. You wish you had it? I mean, it's not very often that I get that.
My will embodied. Surprise! Be amazed! Shipana!
Oh my goodness.
Do your master's bidding.
Let's begin.
I hate that these enemies run away from you. Like, stay in my circle, please. I wish I had this kind of luck with the physical sets. Seems like the game really wants me to build up an EM character though. Which is nice. I like getting EM pieces because they're very rare.
Take your truth. Over here.
A moment, please.
I already missed having Mika on the team. Mika was so nice.
Surprise! Entering combat mode. Be amazed!
I hate when this enemy gets pushed into the corner. Then I have to run to the other guy who loves staying far away. Let me push you this way.
Have a safe trip.
I didn't kill you. Was that my last condensed resin? Nope, got one more. Energy recharge. Okay. Cool, cool.
Transfiguration. Cryo incarnate. Over here. Surprise!
You'll be fine.
Let the magic.
Let's begin.
Ooh, 54k. Okay. I see you. Nope.
My will no escape.
And she's dead.
From fate. You the fuck.
Way now.
Yes, stay grouped together. No! Stay grouped together, please! Let me hit you both. Yes. She doesn't need friendship, so I don't really need her alive. But I'll bring her back anyway. And Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, too far. Make some more condensed well, hold on. Yeah, I'll make more condensed resin because I can always use my fragile resin for the whale. You better not. You know what happens when you do. If you don't know what happens when you do, you'll find out. May also go beat up boss 3 times. Usually I just destroy child. No. Nothing that drastic. Just, you know, knocked out for 5 minutes. What team should I bully him with this time? haven't used my Klee team in a while.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well,
Sure is.
amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Fine, fine, no!
Guess I should take you more seriously.
Oh, of course he's dashing. You done? Alright.
Time to act. Witness the power. Blazing delight!
Boom, 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 boom. Getting F class 200. Lovely.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle. You've got a trick or two.
Absorption test.
Now dash around, please.
Not good.
You what? I will have order.
Very nice.
Solidify.
And let's do this for no reason. Every time he says, you're a cut above the rest, I cut him off, and, sounds like he's saying something bad. You're, Wait. What's this for? Name card, who? Oh. Oh, cool. Huh, alright. Let's maybe try this one. Sure. Oh, sure. Let's go back to Fontaine. Oh, I just realized something. I have to go to my teapot because it's full. I don't know why I teleported here if I'm just going to my teapot. See. So reset's about to happen, so... Also, wait, did I already... Oops. Did I already, Did I already beat up bosses? I guess I did. So the closest thing I have now is resin, which I'm not gonna do that. Could also just cook dishes. Wait. Complete. Oh, I didn't do my request yet. Happy New Year. Also, I just saw the first quote of the new year. I don't know about that one. You know what? This next quote will be the quote that symbolizes how my entire year is gonna go. I know we're finding out early, but you know, let's just see how the year goes. So Peachabot, please, tell me the theme of this year. Okay. Alright. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I don't know what that's referring to, but...
FBI, open up!
An exciting year, yeah, apparently. Oh, okay. Sure, sure. Wait, where am I going? Do I have to go down there? No, I'm just gonna... let's go this way. You get the tame ones. They're only tame if you believe them to be. Hello, you wanted white chunks? Here, take 1,000 if you want. Where was the last one? Oh, geez, do I have butter? I hope I have butter. I don't remember if I have butter. Guess we'll find out. Up there. Sucks. Oh, maybe this will go up there? I doubt it. This is going right up here, isn't it? Yep. Alright. Not in here, is it? No, no. Oh, you want butter? Yeah, sure. There you go. Oh, I do have butter. Awesome. Alright. That should get me another level. Oh, maybe not. Maybe like halfway, yeah. Okay, so what else do I need to do on Sunday? Did my bosses. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really going for maxed out battle pass, so I'm fine with skipping some stuff.
This realm is...
Yeah, it sure is. Bonk, why? Okay, I already bought it. Happy New Year!
If you ever...
Indeed, indeed. You need to buy 2 items from somebody's teapot? Probably. I keep pressing the wrong button. Probably. Ley lines... Yeah, I do. Is 450 a lot? Is it worth it? I mean, it's easy, right? How do you do it? I don't think I've ever done that one. Wait, how do I join your teapot? Pichu bot. Will Pichu be harmed this year? Let's see. Alright, it's not working. Pichu has not given me a straight answer. In, like, forever. Alright, so where do I have to go? I have to talk to this person, right? Hold on. Wait, do I have to... Do you have to type something afterwards? Hold on, how does the 8-ball thing even work? It's about to reset. Let me do this first. Like, do I have to type the question and then do 8-ball, or can I just type 8-ball and it gets it? I will buy this. Ooh, and I will definitely buy that. Oh wait, I should probably buy these. Whatever. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, no. I'll buy them anyway. Even though I don't use them. I have plenty of spare coins. Thank you again. So wait, here. What happens? What if I just type it by itself? What happens? Okay, yeah, I think you do have to type something afterwards. She. Let me just do something. What? But, well, I disagree. Oh, I could change my stuff from here. Oh, interesting. Alright, anyway, let me minimize that. What else do I need to do? How much resin do I have? None. How many condensed resin do I have? 3. I can change it to the magic conch if you want. At least I'm pretty sure I can. I feel like 8-ball is much easier to type though. Ah, contradiction. So, I guess... So let's look at it this way. So, the answer was Outlook is good for Darth Yoda harming Pichu. However, maybe Pichu was just saying like, oh, I won't actually be harmed, but Darth Yoda will like try to harm me, kind of thing. Because it says my reply is no, so I don't think it'll be a successful harm. Yes, definitely. Let's do
Take your true form.
this, that.
Be amazed.
Oh my god, I hate these things.
Get a little chilly.
Transfiguring.
This, that.
Let the magic begin.
A moment, please.
Ew and ew. Oh goodness.
By ordinance divineyard.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Why did I do that? What? Bonk.
Take your truth. Over here. Be amazed. Surprise.
Ooh, that felt pretty fast. Yeah, 46 seconds, jeez. Why is Aloy there instead of a Hydro Healer? Because 1, this character does not need a healer, and 2, this is my friendship team. Or companionship, whatever they call it. So it's pretty much Risley hard carrying, and everyone else is just there for fun. Although, now that I have every character's friendship at level 10, she's here to buff him. But Lynette and Aloy are just here to get their friendship to level 10. Yeah, this is one of the self-sustaining characters. Doesn't need a healer, doesn't really need anything. He just does things.
My will involve Furina. Surprise! Be a me.
And it's the last run. Come on, be good. Okay. Hmm. Well, at least we got one good one. That means I have commissions to do. But yeah, once all of their friendships is level 10, that is all the characters at max friendship. That is until I get Furina and any other new characters. For sure. So I found out I don't actually have to follow the, like I don't have to walk with it, I can just go to where I need to go. Like they copied it. I'm trying to figure out which one is worse. So like normally I like followed them, but if I know where the dog is, I can just go to the dog and it completes the quest. Like I thought I had to wait for them. Apparently you don't. Which one's worse? I would say artifact farming is still worse. Because first you have to find a good artifact, and then it becomes like Hexastat where you have to hope that it rolls something good. Which it usually doesn't. And you can also reset Hexastat, and you can't reset bad artifacts. So yeah, Genshin's still worse in that category. Ooh, it's this one. Ugh. Lynette, if you would. You get the resources back. I see. I suppose that is true. Although when you say resources back, so pretty much what happens for, let's see who has, like if I don't like how an artifact turns out, I pretty much just feed it into another artifact. This, I think it was a Sans, right? Yeah, this one. Nope, not that one. Was it not a Sans? Was it a goblet? Wait, what did I... Oh, no, it was for the other set. It was, this one. It was a Sans... Limita Master, here we go. Wow, this is really good. Now we just have to hope that it goes into something nice. Alright, it's already turning out very poorly, but, you know, there's still hope. Alright, I hate this cop. What is this again? A Sans? I hate it already. It's terrible. I might as well just not even continue. And then it gets crit damage, okay. You know what, let's just see what the last one would have been. Let me guess, it's gonna be crit damage again? No, I don't have any more. Hold on a second, I gotta go find something. Any artifacts around? Actually, now that it's reset, I can just get some from my my teapot. Actually, there might be artifacts down here. Maybe if I'm lucky. I'm not lucky.
Transfiguration! Over here! Use the spotlight! Zip on up!
Way now.
Someone give me an artifact. To make me use a 5-star artifact on it. Anything? Put that on you. Anything here? Nothing. Alright, let me go. Teapot. I could go to Inazuma and just there's like
This
a
realm is
an area that has like a whole bunch of like artifacts lying around. But this is easier. Maybe I'll buy the other one too. Just because.
if you ever have
Indeed. Alright. Artifacts. I'm just curious about it. Just want to know what the last thing it goes into is. Crit damage, of course. Yeah, I don't like it. So pretty much if you get an artifact that is not good, decent at the end, I still don't like it. If you get an artifact you don't like, you just throw it into something. Here. Let's get this to level 4. Oh. Oh, I'm keeping that. Let's try this one. Like this one. So if I don't like it, let's see. Crit damage. Why is this locked? Why is this locked? That's ugly, no. Dendro. Dendro and HP, ooh. I could find a use for this. So just go to my and this is pretty much what you do. Let's see, level 6 or level 8? Oh wait, they both give 6. Yeah, sure. Right. Actually, this one's pretty What was the stats on this? Yeah. Let's see what we get. This is a really good artifact. Assuming it goes into the right stats. But I can't build it right now because I don't have things. Let me see what the next upgrade gets to do, actually. This is a very good artifact, possibly. Like, if the rest goes into crit rate, could be very, very nice. But I always get crit damage. Crit damage is, like, my best friend. I almost never get crit rate. But crit damage, yeah. I get that all day.
Add Ash.
Indeed.
Thank you for
Alright, what's your friendship now? Okay, more than half and almost half. Cool, cool. I kind of miss Signora's theme. And what's his name? Signora and Wanderer, or Scaramouche. Two amazing themes. Oh, Abyss also reset. You don't say. So after, oh, it's a Geo one, probably for Navia. After you get a crystal shard or elemental shard, get a thing. Active characters get 15% increased damage, stacks up to 3 times. Wow, definitely a Navia thing. All right, let's continue with our main story, shall we? I was gonna end the stream now, but I'm not tired, so I'll just keep going.
Our bond is strong.
So let's go see Furina.
You're here, finally.
What's up?
Is something wrong? Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Oh no. I guess he didn't choose his words carefully enough.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Poisson. Oh, she's reading it. Yeah, it's a lot of names.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Ooh.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Poisson.
Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
That is true.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly.
Oh?
This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you?
Who wouldn't?
I didn't
You're
think
beautiful.
you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
I'm sorry. I couldn't take that part seriously. Like, it's definitely the other way around. Like, sure, ranking-wise, yeah, sure. But, like, he's definitely the lead, like, anyway.
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Ooh. That looks as you, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be fine.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
I think, it's pretty important, though.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
You better not. Oh, no.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. Seems to be, deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Maybe there's a reason she can't mention the previous Archon. Let's see. I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. Need to make her understand how dire the situation is. I mean, he did show her, like, the deaths.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Oh no.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, But all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we'll help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Think I know who to call? Poisson? Like, why is she not saying anything?
Well,
Like,
that's everyone, huh?
like it has to be like a, if she mentions it, then it comes true even faster. But also it seems like the more we try to avoid the prophecy, the more the prophecy comes true. So like, maybe there is just no avoiding it?
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy
Wait.
a leisurely time together.
Oh, she's here. Father. Oh, never mind. I thought Father would be here.
Enjoy tea here, you know. Care for a cup?
Okay, Father's gonna be on this side, aren't they? Oh no.
Lend me your
Oh.
ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Remine! Honestly, I forgot you were,
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
He knows.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little
Jeez,
long-winded,
everyone's
don't you
here.
think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Kinda?
Not that I recall.
I mean, sort of, but not really.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish
Definitely.
before. Does
100%.
that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Poisson?
My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Cute.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort
here
of
it is.
mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
Out of all the characters that are in this area right now, only Chlorine and Paimon are not playable. Currently.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're
And yes, I called her
realistic
Chlorine.
enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such
I
traits.
wish.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Wait, is that how... That's not how Monsieur is spelled, right? She said she... Hold on. Hold on. What? Is there an N? Oh my god. Why is there an N? Wait, so the N makes a Y sound? What? If you told me to spell Monsieur, I would have butchered it. Holy.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more
Yeah.
gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
He picked up on it real quick. You know, we just need to... I don't like this whole idea. Like, something about this just reeks of it's going to fail, and I don't know. And I still can't say that word. Spina derozula. Spina... I think I said it. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I think I said it. I'm so bad at saying that. Like, I swear they say, like, they have a law in there whenever they say the word. And there were artifacts in here. What was that?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Meetings made me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
You feel confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
I sure hope so.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Wasn't me.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Zhongli? No, I'm kidding.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Huh?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Who?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Yes?
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The witch? Or witch? The
The voice from the sky,
one of the, like, super powerful people?
That description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
So, who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Uh-huh. Friend's disciple. So this is one of Friends of Mona's master. Yeah, that's what I thought it might be. Like one of the super powerful witches. Like Klee's mom, but yeah. Allow me to ask you. Will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes. What has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Huh.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Here it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on.
No, I really haven't.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Uh-huh.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
So, without us, things would play out as they should, but we're the factor that can change things. We're like the missing... We're like the puzzle piece that doesn't belong, that changes everything kind of situation, maybe? Because we're not technically from Tevat, so we can, like, change things?
This was
I don't know.
tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
You could have just told us what to do.
The voice. It's gone.
Is this the clue you're leaving for us? Yeah. You wake up, someone seems to be outside. Is it Navia?
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see
Mona?
walked in on some lively banter.
Hey, we spoke to one of your teachers or whatever. I mean, it wasn't your teacher, but... Or no, I think it was. I can't remember who your teacher was. So how have you been?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. it turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Oh, definitely.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
So, yeah, we actually spoke to someone already.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Believe she came to pass a message.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Maybe all-knowing for things that go on in their world, or that came from their world. Like I said, I don't even know about Paimon, honestly. Like, where did Paimon come from? Well, then again, if Paimon was also someone who came from another world, Nahida would have told us about that, so... yeah.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
I've heard so many theories about Paimon.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Huh.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Boy, they're so exceptional at magic that they can just live as long as they need.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Her chest bounces a lot without her moving.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around.
She's breathing?
She didn't say
Who breathes like
what
this?
That would be, though, so...
Send help, what's up?
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Need someone in... teach me this game. And assist with bosses and stuff. Sure. When you say teach you the game... Oh, the elemental reactions? They're not, like, crazy complicated when you really... when you've been playing the game for a while. Thank you, thank you. I will accept the curse. Qiqi 50-50 lose, thank you, thank you. Wait, are you saying that you want me to not get Qiqi on a 50-50? Or are you saying that you want me to get Qiqi on a 50-50? Because I actually do want Qiqi. But, yeah. Let me see. You'll go on a call? For sure. No. Oh, I see. Like, I probably have, but it's been so long since I've seen anything of that abridged series. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even know that it was them that did it. But I guess I could have just listened to the voices and found out, but yeah. Ah, yes. Could have gotten...
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
I mean, I've seen a lot of it, but I've never watched... I can't really say that. I've seen maybe 3 episodes, and it's usually dealing with, like... Okay, so one episode, let me see. There was some guy... Okay, this probably happens to everybody, but, like... Vampire guy was all like, ooh, I can turn into a puddle full of demons and I'm gonna eat everybody. And then he, like, ate, like, some really powerful guy. And then there was this other guy who was basically Hitler, but he wasn't Hitler. But he was, like... He had... I think he had 2 swords. And he held them like a... He was a priest. I remember he was a priest, yeah. And, yeah. He held his swords like this or something.
But even so, I still hope for.
Also, the guy with the strings? The, like, really sharp strings?
Is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
I'm hoping it ends up being beautiful.
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
Also, it's the other way around. I mean, usually we say, like, C1, C2. You got Fischl? Nice. Yeah, Fischl's a great character.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. Thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Perhaps.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
Barrage of messages. Wait. Speaking. Huh.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Paimon, you don't walk. And if you did walk, it would look cursed.
There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Oh my. So where are we going? Oh wow. Oh. Wait, what is this? What did I just walk into?
Seriously?
I think I just walked
Mr.
into another
Morris,
quest.
I don't understand, sir. How could you only be telling me this now?
All of these quests are all, like, grouped together.
I'm afraid that there's nothing really I can do. I'm really facing a crisis. My hands are tied.
But what about my film?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to come up with something on your own. Take it from me. Sometimes you just have to let things go. Same goes for this film festival.
Oh.
Hey, isn't that Xavier? So he's back in Fontaine now.
Oh, why, if it isn't the dear Traveler and Paimon. I really didn't expect to bump into you here at this time.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I was doing just fine until I received some terrible news.
Oh god,
just
is it
now.
really?
The investor I was working with for my upcoming film has fallen upon some hard times and is known...
Can't you just find a different investor?
what if I mention a certain type of maple story? Where to, you know, I guess, I guess I could just abbreviate it to KMS.
Unfortunately, that's not how it works. We had signed an agreement specific to the Fontinalia Film Festival.
The Fontinalia Film Festival? What's that?
Okay.
Oh, is this your first time participating in Fontaine's Fontinalia Film Festival? Then allow me to fill you in.
Wait, does that have to do with the hand gesture thing?
The Fontinalia Festival was established to commemorate the legendary Loch Knights, who, when the holiday is deeply connected
Can I just skip this?
of Fontaine.
Why do I feel like I could just skip this? I'm gonna skip this.
That weird expression on your face. It's like you're trying really hard to remember something.
I was just trying to recall the exact description from the books. In order to avoid...
Well, either way, Paimon thinks she gets it now.
Yes, those are festivals of us to commemorate the Loch Knights.
Cool.
But a few years ago,
Yep.
Really?
The whole thing seems more akin to a carnival.
Oh, really?
That sounds pretty...
Yes,
wow.
It appears I've straight. The Fontinalia
Oh,
Film
is that
Festival
true?
is an event proposed by the Fontaine Film Association this year. Now that film tech during this time...
Wow.
The what award?
The Furina Award. You know, after the Hydro Archon. They coined it while Lady Furina was still in power, but perhaps everyone still thinks of it as a pretty appropriate name.
Yeah.
Oh, but who would have guessed there'd be an
Okay.
issue?
Chiori? Sounds familiar.
Yes, that's her.
Mhm.
I asked her
Oh, Paimon remembers now. Navia said that her clothes were...
how to describe her.
My goodness.
Her remarkable designs have led... Anyway, Chiori is a...
Who are the actors from Inazuma?
Why don't the two of you, judging from the time...
How about I don't do that? Yeah, how about I just don't do that, Holy... Can I skip? Can I skip? Let me get back to the story, please. My goodness. Oh, the web event? It's okay.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Yeah, for me to do the web events, I need to have to turn on my browser's, like, whatever, so that it doesn't lag like crazy. And I'm too lazy to do that.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and
No,
photos
thank you.
look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Depending on how cute the class is, I may, maybe... I don't want to have, like, 3 magicians to work on. Let me see. Oops. Oh, do I have to do something? Oh, I have to do more of this story. Alright. Maybe I'll just complete his story and then... just so he's not, you know, busy.
Over here. I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
Where should we start?
Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town. His fame surpassed... I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me.
But yeah, I need to see the skills. Because the thing is, I find Beast Tamer cuter, but I just need to see more gameplay of the new class. Like, Beast Tamer being an actual animal while also having animal friends was amazing.
You were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These two
I can tell I'm gonna hate this.
When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they...
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hate this. I'm skipping this. I'm gonna hate this guy. I mean, I'm still gonna read it, but...
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a...
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claimed I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing.
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up.
Possibility, it's a fact, Linny. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't my pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not,
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy.
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never
Uh-oh. This is getting...
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big...
is he drunk?
booming voice anyway.
He's definitely drunk.
I'm busy.
Oh, come on! You can't be all business, all the...
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've...
Oh, hey! This is your first time meeting him?
He's definitely drunk.
He's always like this. Foul. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is,
I like this guy.
Older than when he...
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing...
Sorry,
What?
I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, he
Don't
needs
work too
water, not
hard.
me.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest.
Oh my goodness.
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion.
Something strange about him.
And what was all that about compensating you? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was...
I think so too. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two.
Alright, let me just make sure. Alright, yeah, still can't continue. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to complete Linny's quest. Oh my gosh, now you guys are gassy.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I said way too much back there, didn't I?
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off?
Hey! Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal...
What kind of...
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. That's not a good sign.
And there he goes.
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation...
We are literally looking right at him.
We'd better take...
She could toggle Paimon.
We're here!
I mean, you can. Kind of. Like, Paimon sounds better in other languages, so just change the game to a language that you prefer hearing Paimon. Okay, fine. I guess that was a bad idea. You hate it? Look at her face. That's cute. She has like galaxy eyes. What do you mean?
Hey.
She has a lovely face.
Look, that's...
Like the galaxy eyes. She doesn't really have any other facial features, but yeah.
That's the limited edition. Only 16 slices. It was so delicious the last time we tried. 1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia. Oh, are you here
Oh
to
my
buy cake
goodness!
too?
Don't do that.
Wait, did he really say something like that? That's right. Even he has his own preference. Do you come here often? Usually every day. Every day? It's part of my daily schedule. Then what if someone told you... But why would it close? Well, oh, the prophecy. No, it's the same for eating... Huh. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have... These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin... Oh, you know Sijuin? I sure do. She said...
I just want to get back to the Archon quest.
I've got something else to do, so I'll...
I'm just waiting for something important to show up.
And there she goes. Alright, let's begin.
We haven't even eaten the cake yet. Why are you pooting?
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better.
Just because we've eaten doesn't give you permission to
It would
poot.
be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Bruh.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Why?
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article in... Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora! Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you... It's
My
all right,
goodness.
though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
FBI, open up!
What? Did you like read my mind or something?
You're almost a little too easy to win
You
over,
what?
Paimon.
No, I didn't say anything.
Journalist with ulterior motives.
No. There's no reason to explode.
Were you looking for me? A friend of ours met you a while
My goodness.
back, and when she mentioned it, we... Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
Why? What did I do?
She said that you're a real daredevil. Nice. In which case, can
Goodness.
this daredevil journal... Huh? So you're... Oh, of course it doesn't. That was...
Goodness, do you guys not like Charlotte?
If I say you're worth an interview, then you're... Oh, in that... Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Oh, so much to get...
You what?
Wait, Charlotte.
No, I was just mentioning how many Genshin characters show like a lot of leg.
If, just for example...
Like a lot of leg.
Fontaine were to be... Huh, that's the problem. If you're serious, from what I've seen, most people... So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping it. Just think about it.
I mean, it gets people to buy the character.
Really were to be... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that... I'm not a dreamer.
I'm sure it does.
Anyway. That's so not... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
They're not held back by Genshin censorship. Or maybe they are, but they hide it better. I don't know. I don't play the game, so.
Can be a pretty... Paimon's been thinking.
Are you gonna ask me out?
If it wasn't Fontaine,
Goodness.
or all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask... We've always been moving to the next destination.
Oh, okay.
You mean, still traveling? Huh.
Poisson. I believe so. Yep.
Grow mold, but it's still better than the...
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. I'm yes, inside the
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Furina was watching loudly accusing her of doing nothing
Ooh.
about and before she could respond, the crowd continued to
So people have started to put the...
I agree.
So what happened after...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, the Marishose Phantom had the...
So, you mean...
That's right. The Marisha... That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good. Monsieur...
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on.
Hello, party.
Is that so?
Happy New Year.
Well...
I'm glad to be back in an even year.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Poisson.
If we know Furina, and as we also... When Nervalet was talking, it would be...
I'm just trying to skip through,
thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's...
Oh, I have no idea. I just know that it's even. Yeah, the thing is that I don't really care about that. I care more for the gameplay. And since Honkai is turn-based,
Well, what do you think?
oh, I don't know.
Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. In that case, there's not a moment...
Yeah, isn't his birthday, like, not all the time? Like, not every year? You love the turn-based combat?
This looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really...
The unluckiest day to have a birthday.
Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Can I? Oh, nope. I cannot check.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
That they are.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did she maybe have an opportunity to save them, but couldn't?
Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Aw.
Who's
Oh.
that?
Nobody eyeing here.
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
Excuse me. Oh, wait, I forgot that it's still covered. I thought we would still be hiding. And then, suddenly, we were like right behind her. But we would still be hiding.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant
Stuck up on her,
subjects.
yeah.
Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
So does that mean that part of the prophecy is done? It did say she was going to be sitting on her throne crying by herself. But we're here. But we're also not part of the prophecy.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
She was,
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their
the
archon.
throne of dead bodies that she could have saved? I don't know.
I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough. You're beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
We need to go.
Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know about that.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Yeah, so we should run. Or you can run.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Yeah, we gotta see her cry again so we can get more information out of her. She's interesting so far. I definitely want to learn more about her. Which is why I'm doing this quest.
Place, right? Hey, Furina!
But yeah, she's like the god of this land. Not really a god, but like basically a god. And she likes to put on airs, kind of thing. Like, she is hurting really hard right now, but she's like trying not to show it.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
Yeah, we have candy.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
The vessel.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. I want to lower your voice.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What is happening? What just happened?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
I hope not.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
Cool.
I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
That would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Poisson.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Okay. But who's gonna do the same for you?
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
She was. We're running out of time. We can't go back to square one like this. Get more information out of her. So, Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more willing to share your burden with you. Or more than willing.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Excuse me. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Exactly.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yep, so you can tell me everything.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. You spit it out. Ooh, cutscene. Yeah? Yeah? Stupid earthquake. We were just about to find out some... What? What? Oh, the trap! Oh my... I completely forgot. I completely forgot. Oh my god. I completely forgot about
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Oh.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Oh.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
I don't think you should do this. Don't. Oh, okay.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Don't poot.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Yeah, she set up a trap, right?
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Fancy way of saying you surrendered.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Ooh.
This time, I will protect you.
Wonder who she's talking about.
Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words.
Ooh.
This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I hope so.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
It's not me, is it?
Is that so?
Oh no.
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
So close to, we were so close to getting her to tell the truth. It still turned out like this in the end. Darn it, Lenny. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. I'm gonna mess this up. Luckily, Genshin's a very easy game, so if I mess up, they'll just give me the answer. Poisson.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, never mind. For some reason, I thought they had a law in there. Well, except for at the end, but...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, The volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias.
Poisson.
Its cargo, of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that
Right.
we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
I completely forgot about that.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
I mean, also because we just wanted to know, like, ourselves as well, but yeah.
You make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you're wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Indeed. Oh.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
I still don't like the idea of this trial, but alright, let's see. The only thing we could do now is judge them. Still, I can't help but feel be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What does she want to say right before we arrived on stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Leb Hymansi! Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. Never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yeah, I'm not going to remember any of this.
The
Yep.
Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Yeah, I'm terrible at all this, so,
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both child and that whale should have been in the
I probably should pay attention to all this, but... Like I said, Genshin will probably give me the right answers.
And the defense
Hopefully.
are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me
When you
of
did
a
it,
crime.
gotcha.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your
I'm
conduct as
speaking.
an archon.
I'm talking.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the archon in the first place.
How is that possible?
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Well, it's not Neuvillette.
Charge accepted.
Okay. Wish you would let me know that, but yeah, you know, whatever.
Do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
Yeah, who else could it
There is
be?
no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds,
That was
peoples,
cool.
and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratries have decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Sure.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Wow. The people only see you as their Archon, because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Official in disguise.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I mean... Oh boy. What do we know to be special about Furina? Special about Furina... Oh wait, does it actually tell me? Oh. Oh, okay, I see. I mean, I'll try it. No. Maybe.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Okay, so they'll actually tell me, so... No, you don't have to... Well, I guess it would go faster if you told me, but... I'm gonna go with... See, I think it's this, but I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, it's child. Or not child, this thing.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as... a curse.
Who gave you that idea?
Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Ooh.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So, Furina, instead of an archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
Oh, whoops.
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Sorry, I was just thinking of the meme where, like, whenever you say this, you just start dancing. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the trial. Okay, so this one is definitely the, where was it? It was the one where it said, like, she ran away. This one.
You tried to reference the Oratrice.
Same.
But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Did you get Qiqi instead?
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put that aside for now. But then, Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon?
Ah.
There
At least you got a Dendro character.
ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
And he's also a DPS unit, so yeah, not bad. Not what you wanted, but not bad.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over the Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision? Ooh.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Ooh.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith
I
of the
don't
people,
know.
and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
I don't even know what that word means, but okay.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh. Oh boy.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare
Oh,
at me
no.
as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
Well, she's still here for a while, so just do your commissions and, you know, you'll get her someday. Well, yeah.
Please, you've got to believe me.
So there's a reason that she needs people to think,
If what the prosecutor said is
like,
true, she really
like
has
something
to
bad
make
is
a
about to
brave
happen.
offense.
Something bad is about to happen, and I'm afraid.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors?
It is.
Ever since they were born?
Took me about 18 to 25 minutes per stone. 18 on my buck, I think 25 on my, no, 22 on my bishop and 25 on my battle mage.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro
45?
Archon,
Wait.
then who is?
Are you not using EXP boosters? Like MVP, gold potion, 2 times, things like that?
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Can't prove she isn't the Archon. Try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human... Okay, this one I have no idea. Oh! Maybe she could have been the one to do it? Yeah, let's try it.
That doesn't sound right.
Alright, sure. Okay. It's gotta be one of these two. I want the answer. I'll find it eventually. Found it.
Established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
I'm super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson.
Why?
As
Poisson?
everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Please don't. Why do you have it?
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Like, literally, someone could just tip it over and kill somebody. Why would you, like, not... Whatever.
If you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
So?
I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
I feel like we shouldn't do this because she's gonna die if we do. Don't do it. No, don't do, oh my god, please. Don't do it. Don't do it, Furina.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Decline. Decline. Please decline. Please decline.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
Don't.
That could only mean...
Don't.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Yeah, exactly. Don't. I hope it's fake. Please let it be fake. It's not fake, it's sparkling. Oh god.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
She's gonna do it. Oh.
Hey.
She actually...
I'm fine. Look at me, everyone. My hand is still here. I haven't been dissolved.
And then she just turns into a puddle.
Will you believe me now? I really am your archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Oh.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
That's just because I have the game in English.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human.
Thank goodness.
After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? She can't have known the consequences of touching... Can't have not known the consequences of touching the water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. That's what I'm thinking too. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
It's like she needs everyone to think.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
I mean, she's not wrong.
Also, if I was really just a human,
put my hand in that kind of water.
I mean, you did hesitate, though. Oh, they don't believe her.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your archon.
You know, I believe you now. Just because I like you.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
It sure
I believe
is.
the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
So what's gonna happen? Oh. Oh. You good?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
Hey, there's the throne.
We shall now turn to the
prophecy.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
I just picture like everybody dancing off screen. All right, come on, come on. Say she's not guilty. Say she's not guilty. I'm actually rooting for her.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Yes? What?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Can't be. Did it just say that she's innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays
Oh.
a guilty verdict.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
What?
I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been
Huh?
handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death?
Now I really want her to win.
We just
Wait a minute.
trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate
What?
this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange.
What if we
According
just
to
don't
Fontaine's
do
current
it?
definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences,
What if we just don't do it?
is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Oh, so when she said she'll protect her, or protect you, whoever the you was, she was referring to the Hydro Archon who she's protecting by getting people to think that she's the Hydro Archon.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Excuse me.
He's the real Hydro Archon. He dives all the time. He goes fishing. No, I'm kidding.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oh.
The first prophecy slate?
Oh, cool.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. Still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Oh boy.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
And yet...
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point
Right?
can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Pretty sure if she was not crying right now, she'd be like screaming at everyone like, "You see what you've done? You've killed her! Now she has to die!" Whoever the actual Hydro Archon is. Okay. You can find scenarios, okay. Oh boy.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that.
Oh, is that why the water works on them?
If Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
I think so.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
I have no idea. You'll have to ask one of the mods that know.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
So what do you want me to do? Oh. What? I don't get it. What do you want me to do? Evidence that verifies the slate. Okay, so I have to verify the truth. Okay. Truth behind the stair is on water over the land. Child, yeah, sure. Who else is here, though? Oh.
That doesn't sound quite...
Nope, not child. So my guess is actually her herself. Let me see. No, maybe not. Okay, so maybe it's him. No, because, yeah, he's the only one that really... I'm gonna say it's him.
We know from
Yeah.
the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long
Explains
ago
what you
the
need to prove?
Hydro Archon used
Oh,
her
okay.
power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
I mean, I'll eventually get to the right answer because Genshin, you know, forces you to get the right answer. Okay. Sure.
That doesn't sound...
No? Maybe?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Oh, I didn't really have to... Did I click this one? I feel like it automatically went to it, but okay. Let's see. Sinking into the sea. This sounds correct to me. The blue text explain to be precise what you need to prove. Wait, what was this again? Alright, I'm gonna just pick it.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Ooh. This one has to be... No. Let's go with this. Oh.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy
Like I said, the
may
game will
come true.
eventually make
If
me
we hadn't
right.
dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
It'll eventually force me to be right.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved.
Oh, she says the whole word.
People of Poisson in a court within her consciousness,
Poisson.
and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Like instead of like Oceanid, she says Oceanid. Like she pronounces the A in ocean. Ocean.
The of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
This girl is bawling her eyes out right now. And she knows all this stuff that we're talking about already. Just making her cry even more.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Well, the first slate is, Fontanians aren't really humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Is that why they can dive out of the water the way they can?
We're not real humans.
You're as human can be. You're fine.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Maybe.
Indeed.
And a second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of the Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Oh my.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
And as for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
Okay.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it is widely already known.
In the end,
Already widely known, whatever.
will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Sure.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Really?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Because Paimon is our inner voice and she speaks everything that we're thinking. She's always smart when she needs to be, but dumb when she just is herself. Yes?
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Okay.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Okay.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Oh.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Oh.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission
Cool.
from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Wait, so if someone's born here... Wait. Wait a minute.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
True.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
I was gonna ask why were their memories erased, but then I realized this happened like thousands of years ago. So only their like great whatever grandparents would remember. But then was the information lost, or were their memories erased when they became humans? I don't know.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they're in the right order? What's the third supposed to represent then? I think it's this, like everyone putting Furina on trial, maybe?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Right. It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. Feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Yep.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
She's kind of already on a throne.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Fallacy?
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
And then here comes all the water through the doors, just kills everybody.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be? Oh, not again.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. It's the whale. The whale is the cause. Wait,
It's
actually?
both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
I don't think any of these options are going to be child, sadly.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
I really want him to be, but yeah. Why is it purple? Ooh, cutscene. Yep, here comes surging water through all the doors and then everyone dies. This is it. This is the moment. And now Furina has to watch all of her people die. What is going on? What? Oh, that is not what I expected to happen. Sir, I don't think you can take that. I mean, you are a dragon, so, I mean, maybe you can. Ooh. It's that powerful? That is a strong whale. Don't tell me it's going after Furina. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. Is that child? Yo, he got his powers back. Or no, he's using the delusion. Never mind. Oh, his song is playing too. Cool. Nice double team. Ooh, that just made it angry. Yeah, you're not gonna be okay after that. You should take that off. You should stop using it. You're going to die. Please, please. Oh my god. So for those that don't know, delusions pretty much kill the user.
That was way too close. How did that thing?
This is like the third time he's used it. He's going to die.
Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Yeah, that was the whale. And I'd wager, that it's also the one that child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
What?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow.
Oh.
That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh. The explosion. Was it during the whale fight? Because if so, it came from a child using electricity which causes explosions. Is what I'm going with.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Has he been fighting it this whole time?
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Oh my god, that's where he's been.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that
I
whale,
do,
but
yeah.
definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
That's why he can't use, what do you call it? Hydra. He has to rely on the delusion, which means he's been using the delusion for... He's gonna die.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Like, the last time he used it for, like, 3 seconds. Like, 3 seconds. Okay, maybe it was, like, 5 seconds. He used it for 5 seconds, and he was already, like, on the floor, wheezing. Holy moly, he's gonna die.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Jeez.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
You might have to.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit.
Mm-hmm.
We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
I never noticed he has glow... I'm sorry. Well, you know, some things aren't fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I mean...
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
You will touch the water and melt.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Ooh. Oh. Glad the camera moved, because
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, what if this is all about fate?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be? Even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, that there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it she wanted to say to me, that last moment? What is her real secret? Wow, she's getting a lot of cutscenes in her story. I like it. Don't make me do it again. Okay, thank goodness.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh, it better not. I will destroy it. It better. I will eviscerate it.
No,
and I don't even use that word. Is it gonna like fire a beam, or what? How's it gonna? Is it gonna just like take out a gun and shoot her? What? 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 Who? What? Okay, what? Okay. Hello.
You.
I like that title.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
I like the hair. Like it down. It's nice.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Okay.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Huh.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving
Celestia?
the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Yeah.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
So, when we get Furina back, can she wear this?
One was not amused. In fact, one was
This is such a nice outfit.
amused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
Like, I love the hair. I love the outfit.
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Oh.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles,
Hmm.
allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Wow.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon,
The world does that mean?
and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was.
Hmm.
I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit,
Oh.
leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Oh.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
Cool.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
But did she know about you?
Her strengths
I
were
mean, I
the
guess so.
kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Man, artists are gonna love these two.
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
I've been like purposely not looking up Furina at all. Especially on YouTube. Holy, I'm sure the algorithm is gonna love. Anyway.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne.
This thing floating right here reminds me of K, or K Project, or whatever it's actually called. Just like the symbolism of like a king, basically. I think it's called K of Kings. I don't know.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist,
That one
she
is
could
going
not
crazy,
die.
true.
But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
Goodness.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
My oh my. Yeah, exactly. You can literally look up like, oh, what's Furina's best build? And then YouTube will be like, you're looking up a specific character in a specific game. Here's the entire story. Here's a thumbnail that shows everything. Of course, I didn't see any of it. I've been waiting until I do this to actually, like, look up things on the character, but yeah. Came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that oceanid in the fountain. Wait, this be Furina's inner world? Furina? What's she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. It's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. Excuse me. Came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Oh, are we about to fight? Why am I my characters? Okay. Sure. Oh my god, the music. Oh my god. Wow. No, I ain't touching her. Cool. They even added, like, shadow. Anyway. I'm hoping this song plays throughout the cutscene, because I like this.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me. Furina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand
Her
you.
inner thought.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest.
Aww.
Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something is off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have to even, that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? To find a way. Oh boy. Oh, right. I mean, she was saying...
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ah, you dead. Bye. Oh.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
There are no guards. Yeah, come attack me real quick.
Nothing lasts forever.
That's all of them. In Furina's hearts, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Is that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh, is that my seat? Either way, looks like a show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Furina. Oh, hello. Get to walk to the mirror. Oh, you actually have to walk to the mirror. If she started running, I was actually going to walk to the mirror. I wish they put me in the audience.
Furina. Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Ooh.
I am before you. Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
I kind of want to see if their eyes are like opposite or something.
Mirror me. What do you
No, I don't
wish
think
to
so.
say? The prophecy. Have you heard of it? What prophecy? Wait. I know.
Yeah, they're the same.
I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Oh, very good. You know it well. What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass? Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it. But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too? Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh boy. You didn't tell her how long she would have to suffer.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world.
Isn't it just because they're mirrored though?
If there were scales, with all the
I was also thinking more like
on one side, and my
each eye has a water drop. I thought like the glowing eye would be different.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
And again, if it is a mirror, yeah. Alright, never mind.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you. Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon. Play as a god?
Oh my.
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed,
I see.
then all hope will be lost.
Just as I thought.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed. Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god, You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Oh, good question.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2. Ascension speech. Furina.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Alright, let's summon up some courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Alright, let's appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
What are you licking? Keep your tongue in your mouth. Alright, let's close it off politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon.
Oh.
Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now,
I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self here in this opera house.
I really want her and Bishop to meet.
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Alright, resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
Now I really want to go back to the scene with her and father.
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Let's turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Let's end this speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Power was Super Saiyan God.
The archon Focalor, stand within the opera epiclese. So long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Okay. Scene 3. Opera House. Furina. Oh goodness, why is she running now? Can I go to bed? I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. Okay. And I can't even walk.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the opera house in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these
Wonder how those two
trials
met.
were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
Neuvillette and Furina.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
There's like a hidden right with a question mark? Like, right? Oh, you know she's waiting for it. She really wants it.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not?
What are you talking about, her thighs? Wait, what?
that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Okay, that's a nice name.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
I really want to go back to the previous scene with Father. After knowing all this?
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4. Opera House. Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Poisson?
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh. Scene 5, Opera House. Furina. Oh goodness. Yeah, I was about to say, how long has it been? Jeez, that's a lot of scenes.
It's it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice.
Aww.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
Mm-hmm.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Wait, Furina and?
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, cool.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were in the box? This is great. I didn't even think that scene would replay in her mind. Surely I find out what she wanted to tell me.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina,
You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall. Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
I was about to say.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Oh.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Oh, wow.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Ho ho!
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon.
Oh, that's so cool! No way!
What?
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
That is true. That is something to be proud about.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice,
True.
I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Yeah, hit it. Okay. The Dance of Death. Ooh. I ain't got nothing on this. Hmm. Thank you, Furina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we would. Oh, he's got his power back, and he is sad. Celestia is about to get raided.
I, Iudex Nuvilet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh. So, can we get to the end of the game where we just, like, go and punch all the Heavenly Principles in the face? Can we just get there?
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
It has.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But what if it's not?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
True.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh, he is angry.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power? Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Narwhals living in the ocean.
The hour of execution has come.
Oh my goodness. Who booted? Oh boy. Oh my goodness.
How are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the weather. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient land. We shall look for an opening together.
Right here, right now, right here.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Oh, hello. What?
Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Well, it is all devouring.
Why is there a hole in Qiqi over over there. It looks really scary.
Oh my god, what is this music?
Emerge, right here, right now.
Sharing my knowledge.
Our bond is strong.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize
Oh.
the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Oh wait, can I just... Oh, okay, never mind.
Emerge, right now, right here.
Enhanced animal model. Absorption test. Just wait for a little.
Right now, emerge.
Everyone hold hands.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's dead. That was some crazy music. Whoa. Huh? We should kill her. She just flung him like it was nothing. Hello?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but...
Wait, your hair... Okay, hold on. Huh?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me.
Wait a
I didn't
minute.
think that my disciple and my master's pet would start
Wait a
brawling in the
minute.
meantime.
Excuse me?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Okay, hold on. Your master, Focalor, and her pet, Neuvillette. Okay, hold on, what?
That power. Who are you exactly?
And why'd you just toss him in a hole?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Your Skirk?
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
What?
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may
Okay.
speak to me as equals.
Alright, alright. Wow. Wow, okay. What kind of person would take the narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Let me just
All
say
in
this.
all, it fails as a pet.
When she becomes playable, Genshin is going to make the most money they've ever made. Just saying.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Please don't name drop someone that I've heard of, but...
His name is Sertologi.
Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, this is exactly my response. Like, who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Feel like I have, but I don't remember who that was.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
He has a lot of names.
Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold
Wait, Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard.
Yeah, I know Rhine-Daughter.
Part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so you do know that name.
What?
To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Is that why you're so strong?
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Oh.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
She's got the, Eula, like, outfit going on.
In other words, the prophecy that you've
like
been
just that
fretting
part.
over should now be in full swing.
What?
No. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. Prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Whoa.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But... now we have a dragon. A fully powered dragon.
Help! Over here!
Also, the Fortress of Meripede, did they not, like... because they're already underwater, so they don't really have to deal with all this, right? Ah, New Fontaine. Wait a minute, excuse me?
All hands initiate emergency.
Right, I forgot that. Yeah, they were working on that. Yeah, okay. Completely forgot. Don't crane game the people. Don't. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought I was gonna try to, like, pick them all out at once. Bonus points for multiple people? Hey, little kids up there too. Let's go from an A. From an A. I still don't know how to call you. Hey, my girl! Look at them saving everybody.
Look, the water's receding.
None of them. We're gonna get a head count. They all survived.
It's a miracle!
Except for the elderly. Never mind, there's an old guy right there. I mean, it was right. It was right. It just didn't say that there was anything afterwards. Oh, you better be happy. Oh, you about to put a smile on your... Please smile. Thank you very much. Eyes are my lens. For the follow, welcome to the Qiqi party.
The prophecy was wrong.
I mean, it was right, but it was also wrong. I mean, it was right, it just didn't continue. Like, everything did happen. There was just some details that were left out.
The soil renewed. The Furina talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson
How's it going?
of the and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Okay. Okay, so it can be reversed, right? Like, now that he has his full power, maybe he can, like, reverse what was done, bring back those who were melted, you know?
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small
Maybe they're not dead, they're just oceanids.
a little of it. Skyship Winglook, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Wait, is it gonna be above water now? Like, can I actually just, like, go there while it's floating?
Disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the
Maybe
harder
it's too much energy to, like, keep it afloat.
by him and his team.
Hello.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Hey, they were big shots from the start. Okay.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Yeah, probably.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Yeah, we got really lucky with those two. How they, like, broke out of the hive mind and was able to, like, save her. So yeah, they would literally, every person who was melted would have to do that, and that's like that's not happening. But I mean, you know, I could, you know, opium.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created
Or is
a
it
true
copium at this time,
flagship,
at this point?
while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Oh, they do make me curious. I have things to add.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Yeah, I know. They said that would be the last time we see them. Because they knew the hive mind would eventually take over and they would all become one. But they were using their last moments to, you know, save her life.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
But what if
Oh, this time we'll be
we're gonna
different.
find a time archon?
Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to
Poisson.
the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
We're gonna find the time archon, and they're gonna reverse time just for that specific puddle of water. Also, what's gonna happen? Oh wait, we still have it, don't we? Wait, where is it? Which one is key items? Precious items? No, I want key... No, it's gadgets. Quest items, maybe? What am I... Oh, here it is. Okay, so yeah, we're still not... Okay, cool. An alley. Oh, it's the end. Oh, what's gonna happen? Can't believe I killed a whale. Or, sorry, a narwhal. Hello.
Navia!
I really, oh my god. I'm definitely going to YouTube after this. Because now knowing everything that I know, I want to go back to Father and Furina's talk. Their tea time.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Also, wait. If she was successfully assassinated... Wouldn't that... Hold on. No, that wouldn't have worked, because then they would have been like, oh, well, an archon wouldn't have been able to be killed so easily kind of thing, probably. Anywho.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Yeah, get out of here. I mean, you guys have been very helpful, but I still don't trust them.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will
Forgot about that part. Yeah, she had to keep her alive for a really long time, so yeah.
Charlotte, I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report?
Probably.
It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Well, yeah. She can't tell her about it. Oh.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Again, would you tell someone who's acting as a god that they're immortal so that they can do dangerous things? Anyway.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Can't wait until you're playable. Like, I'm not gonna pull for you, but like, people are gonna go crazy for you.
Huh? You're here too, Clarant?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Poisson.
All right. She really came here to help me out.
Considering she's the strongest person in Fontaine, yeah, she might as well be a 5-star. Maybe even a 6-star.
Consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Watch her not actually be good.
Decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Maybe she'll work really well with aggravate and spread. Well, aggravate.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel.
Oh, it
about
sucked.
what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Using amazing character design and just wasting it.
Forget it.
That was Dia.
I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
Like, look at these eyes. Look at the... just everything.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And
First Paimon's right in the middle. Nice.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
You always look cute, Paimon.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
All right, sleep well.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Oh, true.
You're very quick.
I'm definitely waking up for Orchid, so it's not a point. It's not whether or not I wake up late, because I have a set time that I'm waking up. It's more dependent on, like, the question is, when will I sleep?
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth,
It's a very square
all
chin.
Monsieur Nervillette asked me
Or like a
was,
very...
when did the fortress become
I don't
so
know.
friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
We're getting a gun character before her, and we already know that, I call her Chlorine, has a gun. So maybe they're going to test out like how the gun works. Or they probably have been testing it for a while now with all these like hold down E to aim kind of characters. But we're getting another rifle character soon, and maybe that will kind of like help them decide what they want to do with Chlorine.
Stay safe now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Ah, yes. To the fortress. Yeah, Yaimiko. She was kind of insane when she first came out, because the range of her, it was what, C2? Was like incredible. But she wasn't really used until Dendro.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Sure have.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Who put it? The couple.
Hey, no need to be so nervous.
Ooh.
I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover?
I mean, the totally not couple.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Yes.
Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you
And we've
like
heard
to
her be
try this
available.
new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijuin.
I mean, we don't really need another healer, but I'll take her.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuane, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
It'd be our first Melusine character. Well, I mean, she's already the first, but I mean, like, playable.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see.
She does have a gun.
Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Got a tranquilizer setting, it's got a kill setting, it's got a healing setting.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that harbinger,
he can do all kinds of
I'm not sure
things.
you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
You can do your taxes.
Win them over, huh?
The stories have been getting better and better. Like, let me finish this and then
I'll tell them that there's good
rank
news
my
and bad
top
news.
3, I guess.
The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Why'd your voice sound so different there? She sounded like a Muppet. I don't know. Maybe let's just... I have to listen to that again, because I don't know.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
The, like, emphasis on certain words was, strange,
Thanks
I guess.
for your cooperation.
And now it sounds normal.
Let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Okay, so... Sumeru was my favorite story. For sure. Just like with this story, it did take a while to get to the point where, like, it got, like, really, really good. Like, I'm just considering, like, all of it as a whole, like, 4.0 to 4.2. Same with Sumeru. But I do like the build-up of Sumeru more. And I like the ending of Sumeru more. But I like what we saw more with Furina than we... Yeah, maybe I just like Sumeru better. Yeah, 4.0 and 4.1, very boring. Very boring. Honestly, I did like this area more than the whole, like, Phoenix Wright stuff. But both of them were still pretty annoying. Or not annoying, boring. Yeah. Okay, so my top 3. I think for me it's still Sumeru, then Fontaine, and then Inazuma. Like, Inazuma had amazing action, and I really liked Raiden's whole thing. Like, I enjoyed that. But yeah, Sumeru, maybe it's because of Nahida, maybe. But yeah, I don't know, I just like the idea behind what happened in Sumeru. It was just... Okay, so... Sumeru made us suffer. Fontaine made Furina suffer. I don't know. I think... Also, this is super fresh in my mind right now, so I'm like... They're like on equal terms right now. But I think eventually Sumeru will... Yeah, I think I will go back to Sumeru being my favorite. Inazuma itself... oh, if it wasn't so annoying. I mean, there was a world quest that would prevent you from having lightning and you didn't do it, but yeah, I get it. Alright, what are these two talking about?
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. We don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know?
True. Oh my god.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
And a child. Alright, so. Have you seen the meme picture of, like, each different area? Like, okay, it's that whole, like, soldier meme thing where, like, there's a kid sleeping in a bed, and then there's, like, a soldier protecting the kid, and then there's, like, daggers and bombs and everything. And the soldier's, like, you know. And you've seen the Genshin version of that, right? I wonder... I want to see it updated with Fontaine. I assume it's going to be Focalor just, like, throwing the stuff. And, God. Is she going to be the kid? Like, it'll be just the soldier sleeping in the bed. And just Focalor throwing the daggers at the soldier in the bed. That's probably what it's going to be. What am I doing? Oh. I think I have to refresh it. Nope, just isn't showing. Oh. Yeah, there it is. Now I want to see it. Now I want to see it updated with Fontaine. Because my goodness. Is it below? It is below. It's okay. We're both tired for different reasons. You're tired because you just woke up. I'm tired because I haven't slept. Sorry, I'm just looking at the meme again. That is true, yeah.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
There's a lot of different versions of it. Some people agree with you that they should be swapped and they made it that way. Some people, you know, as you saw with that post, have it that way, so.
Traveler, Paimon.
Suppose it depends on the view.
Charlotte, too.
The only ones that are always the same are
Would you like a magic pocket?
Inazuma and Sumeru.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend?
I
wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Oh my god, you're actually... Oh my god. Not us. Nope.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Does she have a story quest? Please tell me she has a story quest. It's probably part of Lenny's quest. But, like, she is my second favorite character at this current moment.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Oh my god.
Oh, sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
I think she's trying to get them together.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Oh, never mind.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
Yeah.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Sure.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well...
She's becoming the newest playable character.
After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Gnosis, just stay with the people. Who's Father? How do I describe Father? Father is... Think of her as like the Godfather. I guess, but not really.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
She's, She's the head honcho of a specific section of the Fatui.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually
And the Fatui are the bad
things
guys.
going for it.
In case I have to say that as well.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That sounds great.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
Oh my god. Gnosises are just given out like candy. Like it was given to him so he can return to his former glory. And it literally belongs to him, but I mean, I guess once it's given to him, he can choose to give it away if he wants.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Oh. I guess giving it out like candy is the wrong phrase, huh? Makes it seem like there's a whole bunch of them they're just giving out. I don't know what phrase to use there.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
I mean, it brought him back to his form, like, it gave him the power to deal with the narwhal. But yeah, he was plenty powerful without it.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I kept mentioning that when he showed up. I was like, the last time we saw him use his delusion, used it for like 5 seconds in a cutscene. And that literally left him on the ground. He couldn't breathe very well. And now he's been using it, fighting the narwhal for so long. How is he not dead?
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be
He's a tough cookie.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hello? Oh, Father.
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much
He's one
mind.
tough child, yeah.
I would have done them regardless.
That brought him back? Oh.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
True. I mean, really, I do think that the Fatui are gonna end up being, like, the good guys, but they're, like, the bad good guys? Like, anti-hero kind of characters? Well, not all of them. I mean, like, the important characters. Because, like, you know, Celestia doesn't seem to be all that good.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
And they kind of want to... yeah, we'll see. Will you keep your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Of course.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
That's true.
You're...
Please don't ask for an interview.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Greetings.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
She must be really powerful to just be walking around without any bodyguards at all.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture.
You would have died.
Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
You would have been murdered on the spot.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Okay.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things.
You want to see her now?
But the pockets
You'll
are
have to
still
pull
the
for her.
pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
That is true. He is the weakest one. Right, yeah, I forgot about that. That is very... well, then again, he just likes fighting as well. I mean, even if he did have bodyguards, he'd just tell them, like, hey, I can handle this, like, you know, don't do anything. He'd fight them, yeah. And most likely he'd be stronger than them, so... Yeah, there really is no point. Oh wait, was I supposed to go in here? I don't think I was. I wasn't. I didn't think so. It didn't have a symbol on it. I was just, what's the word? Autopiloting. Oh my god. Don't just throw me in a cutscene like that. Although there is a thing under the bridge.
So, you really are here
His
today.
bodyguards would need bodyguards.
I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all.
Oh yeah.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole
I mean,
business is still quite the mystery to us.
I heard that you don't actually have to fight the whale at all. You just have to, like, hit it a bunch, which I guess is fighting. But I mean, like, the first two parts of the fight don't really matter. It's only when it's, stunned. But...
It is strange how words can
I want to
often
see what
leave
would
a
happen if I
bitter
fight
taste in
anyway.
the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
True. So,
So that's what happened?
so like, without our intervention, would she have still been doing it? Like, she would have just never stopped, right? Anyway.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Cool.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was a moment that Fontanians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
True.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Oh, yes.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, what about that, you know, child being guilty thing?
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Yeah.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon said a humans hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Oh.
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Huh.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, about Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me.
Oh.
Before leaving the Opera House.
Okay.
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
What is going on over here?
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
Cool.
In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
And then she meets Fischl and gains the 8th grade syndrome.
What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
Oh.
From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Oh.
Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, about that Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
That is true.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Oh.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, where are we going next?
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Yes, please.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware,
it was useless.
Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
Probably not.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Oh.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Oh my.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Captain? Wait. Is that the girl with the big mech suit guy?
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously,
No,
everywhere you
maybe.
look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's all.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis.
Do you?
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
The Gnosis. Apparently, yeah. I'm looking forward to the character they showed in like the first initial trailer before Genshin even came out.
In truth, I exchanged some further
She, like,
words
punches
with
the
that
floor.
lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Okay. Yes. She looks like Bennett, but DPS? Maybe.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal.
Why am I being bonked?
So I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance,
Oh.
I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
Indeed.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Really?
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
Or maybe that was a threat. Like if you don't get rid of it, the Fatui will come after you.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Wow.
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Let's kill you and find out.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
It does?
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Wow. My, what a story. So what's up?
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, never mind.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Yeah, she's gone. At least lore-wise. She's, resting. She's human now, so... You know, she's just... resting. Although, she does have a, story quest. So perhaps this could tell us where her current, you know, where she currently is. But yeah. Still have to finish pretty much these three, and then I'll probably move on to these, and then catch up to the, more recent character. She's still in Fontaine? Oh, okay. Well, she's taking a break. And, what's his name? Neuvillette did say that, he can pay for her expenses. Like, she won't ever have to worry about, like, food or shelter or anything like that. Which is very nice. Wait, what is down here? Oh. Wait. They're not hermit crabs, are they? Like, is this just a grave of... Anyway, yeah, let's see what's... her plan... Yeah, he can't leave. But he can probably, set things up for her to, you know, to leave if she wants. Oop, sorry. Alright, let's just see what happens. I'm so sorry if this is like your family or something, but, oh, I was supposed to do that. Alright, cool. She's just chilling in your party. And soon, or one day, she'll also be in mine. So... So the whole reason that only Fontaine characters can do this is because they were originally Oceanids. Interesting. Can, like, now that they're human, can they teach Kokomi to do this? Like, is it a teachable thing? Can Kokomi, like, learn to do this? Did I get her? No. Sadly not. I didn't have the, I tried to. I tried very hard to. But, I just couldn't get enough primos. I got very close. Let's actually see how close I was to getting her. Because I don't remember how much, I don't remember how much pity I got to before, her banner went away. So let's see. Because I have not pulled at all since her banner, went away. Or at least not on this banner. I pulled on the, standard banner, of course. So I'm... what, 60? Like, or does that mean I'm at 59? I don't know, but I'm pretty close, I guess. Pretty close. Or actually, didn't Risley come out after her? So maybe I did pull... Maybe? I don't know. I don't remember who came out first. Either way, I didn't get her, so I'm hoping he was before. Okay. He was first? Gotcha. So yeah, that means I haven't, like I only pulled for her and haven't pulled for anyone else since... Also, I just realized something. I have standard banner pulls. Qiqi Favonia? Nope. Qiqi Favonia? Oh. Yeah, alright. Maybe next time. Oh wait, yeah, I can fight the whale now. Like you said. And I do need whale pieces. Oh yeah, I can do this now. Wait a minute. First of all, who are you? And secondly, look at how happy she is now. Look at her. Let's see, what's going on here? Oh, okay. But with that, I will end the stream. For it is... Huh. I see. It is almost 8:30 in the morning, and I should sleep. I did 5 hours of streaming, my goodness. It was worth it, though. I really wanted to see the end of that story. So, glad I was able to. Let's change this to... This does look nice. But I think I'll go with this.
Oh wow, a sub!
Good night.
Thank you very much, Aggro, for the sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It was also a Prime sub. I could use that in any other stream, but decided to use it in my stream. Thank you, thank you. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and end. Don't think I'll raid anybody. I think I'll just let you guys go to whoever you want. Do what you want. Because I'm too lazy to open up the, my little program here and see who's live and do all that stuff. So yes, go to whoever you want. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you on my next stream. Do I have the... Oh yeah, that reset, didn't it? Oh, I'm gonna have to pick those up next time. I have a whole month to pick them up, so... Oh, by the way, Happy New Year, everybody. I'll say it again, Happy New Year. Most likely I'll do a stream later today. With Maple, of course. So I have dailies to do. Oh, you know, I have to actually log into Maple and do the AFK event. I have to beat up a boss. Well, anyway. Good night once again. Or good morning. Whatever. Have a wonderful day. Or night. Or whatever time it is for you. And, yeah, thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.